Yo. Yo. Matt. What's going on, brother? Yep. Yeah. Us West Coast folks. Just about to wind down. Thought I'd hop on real quick. Say hello to everybody. All that good stuff. Yeah. Here we go. Here we go. Alright, what do we got going on here? Why do I not see... There we go. Oh, nice. uh, where are you in NorCal, Matt? Are you in NorCal? Hey guys. Hello, Lori. Good to see ya. I don't know that I have anything in particular to chat about. Just, oh, nice. Oh, maybe I'll move the chat. Yeah. Where are the seasons? Exactly. No. Whoops. What did I just do? Stream just ended. Oh, no, 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 no. Sorry, my... This is so awesome. My AIs have lost their minds. Give me 1 second. I basically... yeah, go away. Okay. Is this thing gonna go away? This is hilarious. Sorry, 1 second, guys. So funny. Speaking of stochastic AIs that don't know how to follow instructions. Oh, sweet. Matt, you're going to join. Awesome. I'm excited about that. Yeah, Windows has just decided that it's not going to hide this thing. Let me try again. There we go. You figured it out. Anyway, so I've got the AI is working overtime on my machine, right? And one of the things they do is, as you guys can see from my dashboard over here, this dealie. Hold on, let me see if I can move. Hold on, I gotta check IG for a second to see. Yeah, I'm pretty centered there. I'll just shrink this a little bit. Like that. Okay. Anyway, so in this control center, I have this thing not just showing status of all the stuff, right? It's doing a whole bunch of stuff, right? It has direct AI integration where I can set commands. It's keeping track of a whole bunch of things. You know, it does my news gathering, just, you know, you name it, it's doing it. And one of the things it does is the moment that the stream ends, it launches into a video transfer mode, and it transfers the live stream over to its intended directory, and then starts processing the transcript for it and starts carving up that video. Anyway, so it's basically trying to keep track at all time of everything that's going on. And one of the things it does is when OBS, when it enters the stream lock mode that it's in right now, the moment that OBS shuts down is kind of like its clue that the live stream has ended. So anyway, it literally just thought OBS got shut down or something, so it tried to activate the transferring of the files, and then it failed. But that's typical stochastic AI for you. If that were a deterministic piece of software, I think that it would be able to detect if OBS is running or not more effectively. Matt, what did you rolled out Kanban dashboard setup? Interesting. Can you drop a note on the Discord so I don't forget? Hey, one other thing. This movie that I had been waiting for it to come out for a while, Project Hail Mary. Have you guys seen this? Have any of you guys seen this? I'll give you guys a minute. And I realize we've got a... Hey, user. What's going on, buddy? It's a system. Look into it. Agile, etc. Kanban. Okay. It's midnight here. Hey, Alec. Is tonight just vibes? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I was thinking about talking a little bit more about the P and NP stuff that we talked about last time. But watched it twice. Matt's seen it twice. But I also just took half of my sleeping pill, so my brain's probably gonna start going like this. I mean, we'll see. But yeah, mostly just to hop online real quick to chat with all of you guys, so you feel the love. And oh, and I just dropped a... I think some of you, Alec, I know you've seen it. Uh, oh, uh, yeah, no. As far as the packing goes, not really. Uh, I'm only moving basically just the studio to my rental, and the rest of the stuff is staying in the house. And then after sell my house, then there'll be like a ton of packing. But for any of you that didn't see the stream from the other night, I created a VOD from it. I just put it online a little bit ago. Let me see if I can find it. This one. I'm going to give you the link to my new experimental site. Oh, hold on, let me move this over here. And Alec, I know you've seen it. But I strongly encourage any of you that might be interested to understand a little bit more deeply on... Whoa, that's a long link. Hold on, I'm going to move this chat over here so all the IGers can see this too. And here's the link to the VOD for those folks on IG. I'm going to minimize this thing. Hold on, I'm going to see if I can make this a little bit bigger. I'm old now, and my eyes don't work as well. Alright, getting there. Alright, that's cool. I can kind of see that. Because I've got like two monitors. This over here is OBS, which is a mirror of this screen. But this is like the full screen, so I can read this really well. But this is like shrunken a little bit. But I made it, I think, big enough now to where my old eyes can see it. Anyway, in that VOD that I put out earlier today, I try to explain why language models and other AIs that have variability in aspects of their system, why they are stochastic and not non-deterministic. And not only that, I try to get at why that stochasticity is essentially it's like a halting problem for iterative refinement. That basically, to the best of my knowledge, there's essentially no technology that we've built and used that relies on stochastic systems that has had long-term staying power, that has long-term viability. And I think we talked about this before, but you know, think about like TVs and how TVs have progressed. And remember when, you know, for those of you that are old enough, you may remember the big CRTs, and think about TVs now and how thin they are. And some of you may remember phones when you had like the full keyboard, and we didn't even have touch screens. All they could do was take pictures, not make videos. Or the idea of like playing a movie or a video from your phone would just be absurd. Anyway, you can just kind of walk through the list of all the stuff that we use and how much it's changed for however old you are. So for me, I'm 50, and so I've got lots of stuff to think about, and I've seen some massive transformative changes. But those changes are only really possible when you build on technology that is deterministic. So what I anticipate is going to happen, and I think it's already happening, is because language models, large language models, small language models, transformers, neural networks in general, aren't reliably, iteratively refinable, they're plateauing, and it's a really cool parlor trick. They're novel and interesting right now, but without the ability to make them reliably better, I don't know how long that glow is going to last. We're already getting to the point to where a lot of people feel like it's the AI slop. And just to be clear, I actually want language models to succeed. Small language models, not large language models. But we need a way to iteratively refine them. And the truth is, one of the ways is through diff. Is with diff, you can combine diff AIs with language models, and you can reduce the severely constrained stochasticity in those slides that we looked at. Let me just bring them up. And by the way, I wasn't actually expecting that there'd be like 20 people on, but that's awesome. Thanks, guys. Check this out, too. I mean, this is pretty crazy. Like, IG is... Look, our Instagram following has grown over 50% just this month. That's kind of like crazy. I mean, I'm pumped. I love the IGers. And a lot of them are joining the Discord and all that stuff. It's like pretty great. Hey, JB and Willie, I think I saw you hop on. Oh yeah. So hold on, we've got an interesting question over from IG. Karakar. I'll just call you Kara. Okay, so won't they get better when inputs increase like visuals? Well, I mean, the problem, Kara, is this. Let's say that you have a trained language model and you want to make it better. Right. Through supervised fine-tuning or reinforcement learning or something. Basically the only way that you can try to make language models better through, there's sort of two... I've defined this as this term called refinition. And refinition is both the training of a model where the topology is created, but it's a blank slate. So essentially it's not... All you've done is set up the topology, but you haven't actually run any training data on it. So that's what we traditionally call as training. And then there's the second piece where you have the model trained, but then you need to do what they call fine-tuning. And that's just iterative refinement. I think of it like the way that we create software. Not language models, software, but like code. And with code, there is that one day in time where the code doesn't exist, and then you write code, and then the code does exist. And then the rest of the time, you just continue to make the code better, and you're adding to it, and you spend basically 99.999% of your time doing iterative refinement. And the truth is, for almost all domains that exist, that's exactly what we do. So car manufacturing, cameras, monitors, microphones, air conditioning units is most of the time is just like we already have the infrastructure set up and then we improve it a little bit and then we make better things, right? And the emphasis is not on the starting from scratch part. The emphasis is on we've got the infrastructure and we are going to make it better and better and better. So it's like the goal is not so much to build the first car. The goal is to have a manufacturing environment that allows you to iteratively refine and automate that manufacturing environment so you can like produce more cars or something like that. So the problem with language models is, and the problems generally just with neural networks is they weren't really designed for iterative refinement. In fact, even when you do supervised fine-tuning, it's sketchy to do it this way. And the reason for that is the way training neural networks used to work back in the day, before things blew up and we started doing all these iterations, is you would just train it once and then it's like you're done. So you give it a whole bunch of data and then you train it and then people write research papers about it or whatever, and you have something, but you basically say that's the model and that's basically what you have. But then transformers came into the spotlight, and I think everybody realized, well, wait a second, that's like you build the model. It takes $10 million to train this model, and you can only do it once. Like that's crazy, and that is crazy, right? Like we don't do that in any. It's almost like you build a manufacturing system, or I guess maybe you design a car and then you build the one car, and then as soon as the one car is built, you scrap the entire design of that car. You don't try to like refine that model and tweak things to make it like slightly better than last year's model. You just burn it all to the ground and start over. So the industry kind of said, look, we can't spend $10 million every year just to build one new model. There's got to be a cheaper, more effective way to do this. And so supervised fine-tuning comes in. And the truth is, reinforcement learning is really, in my mind, kind of a really good concept that dovetails very nicely with iterative refinement. The problem, though, with neural networks is that unlike software code or other systems, they're not logical, and so you can't debug them. It's basically just a whole bunch of wires and nodes. So the only way to kind of improve them is just to give them more data and cross your fingers and pray to somebody and hope that it doesn't make things worse. But there's no guarantee that that's actually going to happen, because you could be learning on the new data, Kara, and from that new data, you unlearn something that existed before, and now that thing's gone. And the only way to kind of prevent that is to take all of the original training data, couple that with the new training data, and retrain the whole model on just this bigger set of data. But in order to do that, that's going to cost you another $10 million or something. So you can kind of think of it like traditional software systems. Like, for example, let's say Microsoft wants to do an update to Windows, or Google wants to do an update to Android, or Apple wants to do an update to macOS or iOS. Any of those updates, it's like going to be, I don't know, a little bit of bug fixing, a little bit of engineering time. They'll probably have a whole bunch of testing, and then they'll just deploy it. But they have very strong guarantees that only the things they're intending to fix are going to be fixed. They don't always get it right, but because it's deterministic and it's a logical system, there's a high degree of confidence that they're like just going to get it better. Also, the cost overhead to do that iterative refinement is exceptionally small. Like, it's significantly smaller than $10 million to retrain an entire model. So with all this in mind, this goes back to kind of what you're asking is like, will they get better? Won't they get better when inputs increase, like visuals? I mean, it's really hard to say. I think that a lot of it depends on the topologies. So for example, there's like at least two critical things that are required to have a really good model from training. You have to have a really good topology that's going to support whatever it is you're going to learn, which, by the way, is mostly a black art. You know, it's like magic to figure out what the topology is. And I mean this in like the most sincere way, is there's not like a scientific engineering process to tell you exactly what the topology is. A lot of it is you kind of just like get a feel for it, which is a bit strange. It definitely feels a little bit more like voodoo and a little bit less like science. But then the second piece is you need really good data. But what you really need is really good data with a really good topology, and then you're likely going to get a good result. So when we get better inputs, the potential definitely is that we could be producing better models. But if we don't have the topological support to extract the richness of that data, then it's kind of like, I have a couple really crude examples that I don't want to say, but maybe it's like this. Maybe, like, imagine that you are making a meal that is the most delicious meal on the planet, and it's full on Michelin star food, this kind of thing, but you give it to a person that has lost their taste buds, and so they eat it and they're like, I don't taste anything. So that's kind of the point, is that if you have the richness in the data, but the model doesn't have the ability to kind of sense that richness, then it could be all for naught. Anyway, that's a very long-winded way to try to answer your question, but hopefully that got at least like a little bit at the heart of it, if that made sense. And holler if that didn't make sense. Okay. I'm gonna take a look at the YouTube chat. YouTube, Kick, Twitch. Oh yeah, going back to the movie Hail Mary. So I think Matt has seen it a couple times. I bought it on YouTube last night, and I gotta say that, I mean, I'm a sucker for Ryan Gosling. I absolutely love this guy. But I think that this movie was just like brilliantly done. Brilliant storytelling, really good plot. Don't worry, I'm not gonna spoil anything or tell you anything about the movie. But if you like Ryan Gosling, if you like sci-fi, and you like really interesting storytelling, I think you're probably gonna love this movie. At least I absolutely loved it. So if you haven't seen it yet, strong, very major +1 from me. Oh, and also, I'm going to be doing my move to my rental uh, Tuesday morning, which means what I'm probably going to try to do is another live stream tomorrow. And then Monday, I may spend a good portion of time trying to pack up, as Colin was mentioning. But I don't have to pack up too much stuff. And then my hope is that once I get to the new location, I'm going to try to set up the studio and actually get online and do a live stream from the new place Tuesday night. That's my goal. Now, I have no idea if I'm going to be able to pull this off, but I wanted to share with you right now while we're all here, especially since I see a lot of the regulars on the chat, that it should be, if I can pull it off, it should be pretty awesome. Because I'll be able to tell you about the new place and what I think and all this. And this is just a rental, but it's in the area of where I'm going to be moving. So I'm pretty pumped. Anyway. Yeah. Kara, for sure. And I think the bigger thing is, yeah, $10 million is maybe not that much, but I think it's actually more than 10 million. I think 10 million was maybe GPT 3.5, something like that. I think it's more now because they are getting progressively bigger. But yes, investments in the billions, maybe a total investment across all the major AI companies into the trillions now. And I do think that the investors and the companies have put in so much money that they're going to try very, very hard to make this work. And I do think that, well, we have early evidence that diff will make them better, deterministic intent folding. So, and some of my colleagues are actually working on things to improve the interpretability of neural networks, which is cool, and I hope that succeeds. But it's still unclear to me, even if you could interpret the neural network, how you would debug it, right? So being able to interpret it and then kind of understand a little bit of how it works doesn't get you directly to debugability. Because to properly debug it, you would have to be able to change something, and then from that change, see that the thing that you are fiddling with has become fixed. And because they're stochastic, it's harder to tell if that change has fixed the thing, or if it has fixed the thing, that it didn't break a whole bunch of other things in the process. And what's tricky too about neural nets is what might have you broken, right? It's like there are so many things that you may have broken. How do you test all that? I I I I'm very excited for the future. I'm an eternal optimist, and I do feel for sure that the AI future is here. It's just not entirely clear to me which AIs and how this is exactly going to work. Yeah. Uh, Mary, yeah, that that's awesome. Yeah, I absolutely loved it, and I'd love to hear why you're not a huge Ryan Gosling fan. Tell us more, please. How I'm gonna? Where's the block button? I need to ban you now. I'm totally kidding. That sounds great. I think we've got like 3 people now that have chimed in, all basically saying, "Yeah, Sean, that's what I'm talking about, bro." All saying that Hail Mary is is great. So maybe that's not enough for consensus or quorum, but I think that's we're batting 1,000 at least. I'm gonna roll through the YouTube chat now just to see. Hold on, I gotta make this a little bit bigger. I can't. Hold on, hold on. Oh, I have 2 sets of glasses. These are my like progressive glasses, but I also have my reading glasses. Okay. Oh yeah, that's actually pretty good. I gotta get a little bit closer though. All right. Oh, I think I can. I think I can actually kind of read this. Okay. Let's see what you guys are chatting about. All right. Oh yeah, Alec, where are you dialing in from? Where it's midnight? And I think JB, you were saying it's like 5 a.m. Where is it 5 a.m. where you are? Oh, and just out of as yes, Kara, we're all Mary's Mary's getting feisty over there 'cause I'm threatened to ban her because she doesn't immediately love Ryan Gosling. How could you not love Ryan Gosling? Now, admittedly, I think that he did some rom-coms, which, big surprise, I haven't seen, but maybe those weren't so good. Although, there was this show or this movie, The Notebook, I think, or something, which I guess was pretty good. I don't know. It's not my type of movie, so I missed it. But maybe that's what you're not loving about him. Oh, and while we're all here chilling, having our fun Saturday night, I'd love to hear where you're dialing in from. Just because I always think it's kind of fun, especially when we get people from Africa or Eastern Europe. There's a bunch of people from Australia, I think, which is. Oh my gosh. Mary has 7 brothers. Holy cow. Mary, I bet you are a tough cookie. My ex-wife, she has 3 brothers, and she was very tough. She could roll with the, oh, La La Land. Yeah, that was the one where they were singing and stuff, right? I missed that one too. I did hear it was actually really good though. Okay. Oh, user, man. I'm sorry to hear about the food poisoning. That is the worst, bro. I've had it a couple times. It's just, oh man, how long were you out? It it like it comes on so fast, at least for me, and then it just literally drops you. Where everything hurts. It's like you have this fever and stuff's coming out from both ends. It's just not a great time. Yeah. Yeah, Colin, you should definitely check out if the stream from yesterday or whatever day that was. Days are just like such a blur to me at this point, guys. But that one, I think it was like 2.5 hours, and I get into P, NP, NP complete, and NP hard, but mostly I focus on just P class problems, NP class problems. P, it stands for polynomial. NP stands for non-deterministic polynomial. And these are just different classes of problems where the the best known solution for a problem has a certain time complexity associated with it. And that time complexity, if it is in polynomial time, then basically it's a polynomial. And if it's non-deterministic polynomial, then basically that means it's not a polynomial. I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that just because the actual definition of non-deterministic polynomial is so wacky because it has to do with a theoretical machine that doesn't actually exist that can execute multiple paths simultaneously to then solve these problems. But you can kind of think of NP as its time complexity is exponential. So polynomials basically they can have exponents in the variables, but the exponents are literals. So x is equal to y squared plus z cubed plus dot dot dot, right? But every one of the exponents is an actual concrete number, whereas the exponential growth, hey Dino, good to see you, brother. For the exponential growth, when you have a problem that you're doing the time complexity, instead of it being like n squared, which would be polynomial time, it would be 2 to the n. And then that's going to blow up real fast because n is going to continue to grow. And as it grows, you have exponential growth. Whereas if it's just n squared, you basically it's multiplicative, it's polynomial growth. Hopefully that makes sense. Anyway, Colin, you should check that out because, well, you probably know all this stuff, but at least the VOD. Oh, okay. Yeah. Got hit with not being a member on second load. I'm not sure I understand, Alec. On almost done with the video, got hit with not being a member on the second. Oh, you went to go join. Oh, I see what you're saying. I haven't set up memberships on the second site yet because I think it's not big enough yet for me even to have memberships. But once it gets to that point, then I'll turn that on and then everybody can be on one site or the other. I mean, we'll find out, I think, in a relatively quick clip if this is able to fix the YouTube algorithm. I mean, fingers crossed, but I don't know. I kind of feel like the YouTube algorithm might be not as good as like IG or even TikTok. I mean, that sounds kind of crazy, but I don't know. Some of the stuff that I'm seeing is kind of indicating that. Oh, yeah, I did see your comment, Alec. I think you are fully grokking it, brother. Don't know what you don't know. Yep. It's like that whole. What? How does it go again? There are known knowns, there are known unknowns, and there are unknown unknowns. Am I getting that right? So, probably a lot of unknown unknowns for large language models. Oh yeah, we're rekindling our discussion on the, or I'm catching back up on discussion of the TV comment and the plasmas. Yeah, those plasma TVs. They used to get pretty hot, right? I thought they looked really good, but I think I'm so spoiled with the TVs and the monitors and stuff of today that I have no idea if I saw a plasma today, what they would look like. But I had one for a while, and yeah, I mean, I thought that was like really cool technology. They were pretty expensive, right? Yeah. The I love it. I'm sorry I missed these comments. We're going down the we're going down the path of the old technology, and this is so great. Yeah, floppy disks. You guys remember like the CD-ROM drives? Yeah, CD-ROM drives. That was the best. And then you finally got to the games where the games were getting big enough to where it you had to install over multiple CDs. I mean, of course, when you're on floppy disks, you would have this problem too. But then when the CD-ROMs first came out, you get pretty much, I think, the entire game on one of those. But I think it was maybe one of the Diablo games. Maybe it was Diablo 2 that I was installing. And I think it had multiple CDs. I just remember installing software and I had like 4 CDs or something. Yeah, good times. Mm-hmm. Back before any of the hardcore DRM stuff that exists today. Back before Steam existed, you know? Oh man, Steam is such a lifesaver, by the way. And the big thing that I love about Steam, and for many of us sort of hardcore video gamers, I think we probably had the hack where you could still make your game mostly work as you move to a better computer. Is you just kind of figured out where your save files were, and then you move them over and you reinstalled. But then sometimes it wasn't like that easy, or they made it really tricky. They would have like, I don't know if they would have some kind of binding. Yeah, there was some strange stuff. Oh, there also that issue where if you had the game, you could register it to exactly one machine because they wanted to stop it from being pirated. So then basically you could install it essentially just once, but they didn't have the feature yet that would allow you to uninstall it, and then it would decrease the registration count so then you could install it on another machine. I mean, not that that ever like really stopped me, and I suspect it may not have stopped many of you, but they tried. I also remember like back in the day, I think it was like Bard's Tale 2 or Wizardry, one of these games where yeah, maybe Might and Magic 2. I had played to the point to where I kind of needed to be more powerful than I was. So I just started hacking the player files. And I did, I think, what any of us would do is I made backups of the original and then I just started fiddling, randomly changing one value in this binary file and then reloading it and seeing what would happen. And then eventually I would get to the right location where I would be able to control their stats or something. Good times. Yeah, I probably spent more time doing that than playing like the actual game. Just because it became so much fun. And then once you have sort of like god moded your characters, it's not necessarily that much fun anymore because it's just like so easy. Anyway, good stuff. Oh, yeah, and for any of you hardcore gamers, I'd love to know what games you're playing right now. I haven't actually had a video game session in a while, just with all the work stuff, but I'm going to maybe next weekend, and maybe we'll do a video game stream. Like, we haven't done that in a while. I think the last one we did, we were playing Resident Evil Requiem for just a little bit. Yeah, but if we do Resident Evil again, I'm gonna have to take some Dramamine beforehand. But I was actually really enjoying that game. That, or we'll play Enshrouded or Crimson Desert. I think one of those three. Okay. Matt, your brother, you're pulling at my heartstrings here. This is so great. Oregon Trail and Carmen Sandiego, both of those classic. I think of some other ones like Monkey Island and Heroes Quest. I think they were all kind of in that era. Well, Oregon Trail kind of predates all this stuff. By the way, did anybody ever beat Oregon Trail? I played it dozens of times. Did I ever beat it? I feel like I never beat it. I feel like I always got some kind of something. Most of the time, I think I was dying to like infections. Yeah. Uh. Oh, Dino. I've seen pictures of Nepal, but I've never been. And yeah, I'd love to see the photos. Dino, is that where you are right now? Are you in Nepal? But it looks like it's a gorgeous country, at least from the photos that I've seen. We have some followers from Sri Lanka and Nepal. on. Did I see? No, sorry, I don't know where Nepal came from. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. Uh, so we have some followers from both places, and they will share some stuff from time to time. Or they'll invite me to check out their channel, and I think I've watched some of their videos. Awesome. Do you know you're in Austin right now? Austin, Texas? And if you are, well, I'd love to know what the weather is like. We're in NorCal, at least today. Oh, guys, I went out on the electric unicycle today. It's the first time I've been out on it in a few weeks. And it was like a cool 70 degrees. I only was out for maybe 45 minutes, but it was great being back on it. I man, I'm telling you, the EUC is just, I think it's a great workout, especially if you kind of do what I do, where I wear a weighted backpack. So my legs are getting good exercise, my back's getting good exercise, and it's just like a ton of fun. It is, I want to just be totally clear, it is a bit of a learning curve at first. You know, kind of, I would liken it to snowboarding. When I first started doing snowboarding, it was like not super easy. Where when I was first learning skiing, skiing was like much easier than snowboarding because you kind of can cheat. As I think we were discussing, you can do the snow plow and then not really know how to ski, and you still kind of like are skiing. Whereas snowboarding, if you don't get it, then you're just not going anywhere. It's kind of the same with the wheel. If you don't figure out the balance, you just fall. But anyway, once you get past that part, and that only took me maybe a week, you know, just a few days, and not that I was killing it or anything. It's just when I first started doing it, literally just trying to keep it balanced to where I could ride it and go more than 10 feet without kind of falling over. But once you get past that, it, at least for me, it's something else. It's it's really hard to describe the awesomeness of it, especially if you get an EUC that has shocks, that has a suspension, because the suspension absorbs a lot of the bumps. Like if you get an EUC that doesn't have suspension, I don't know if they make those anymore, but the first couple of EUCs I had didn't have any suspension, and it was real bumpy. You're feeling kind of like everything. But today I've got two, maybe three wheels that have suspension, and it's like night and day. Probably very much like a car that doesn't have suspension versus a car that does. Anyway, for any of you that are in the position to get a wheel, because they're like, I think they're anywhere between maybe $500 to several $1,000s. Maybe I think the most expensive is maybe 5,000. If you have this kind of free flowing cash and you like somewhat unusual and a little slightly dangerous activities, I mean, not super dangerous, right? Well, it can be if you get some of the top end ones that have like a top speed of 70 miles an hour, which by the way, I don't recommend at all. Even for me, and I've been riding for, I mean, it's not like I'm riding all the time. At most, I'm probably taking the wheel out well, right now I'm probably taking the wheel out once a month or so. But back when I was like really avid, I think I'd probably take it out once or twice a week. And some of those rides were 1 to 2.5 hours. But yeah, it's just I don't know. There's something pretty special about it. Anyway, so as far as the top speed goes, even for me who's been riding it for maybe 4 years or something, my top speed, I don't think I ever really go faster than like 35 miles an hour. And my EUC, I think it tops out at around 50, 55 miles an hour. But at least for my skill level, once I get to about 35 miles an hour, I think that's just like plenty fast. And if I push it beyond that, like as you get faster and faster, it gets harder and harder to control. And keep in mind, it's like it's pretty easy to fly off those things. It's you take one corner bad or you hit a bump in a strange way. It doesn't like take that much for your balance to be off. Probably very similar to, well, it's like I would say it would be similar to a motorcycle, except you're just on a single wheel, right? And the actual tire itself is narrower, which basically means less friction, so easier to lose your balance. Anyway, strong recommendation that you keep it under 40 miles an hour, even if you're starting to feel pro. Because I think that if you do eat it at a speed that's greater than that, even a one wheel kind of accident. I've seen a couple of people basically in some of the videos where they're demoing out the latest EUC, and I think this one guy, he was trying to top out the speed. I think he was going about 50 miles an hour, and something happened where I think it might have been a bad battery. I don't even think it was his fault, but it did this thing. What do they call this? There's this thing on EUCs that's called riding the beeps. Okay, so let me explain. When you start to reach the maximum speed of the wheel, it will start beeping at you. And what it's beeping at you about is that you're pushing the limit of how fast it's supposed to go. And if you ride the beeps, there's a chance that it could cut out on you. And what that means is, and by the way, for the newer models, maybe they fixed this problem, but the older models used to have this, is a cutout is basically the power to the wheel stops. And if that happens, basically there's nothing pushing the wheel forward anymore, so you just fly off of it. Because the wheel's not spinning, but you're leaning so far forward, and the gyroscope, essentially, that's balancing you cuts out, and so you're gonna crash and burn. And keep in mind, with the EUC, the way to make it move is you lean forward. And so whenever you're in a non stationary position with the EUC, you're always at least slightly leaning forward. And in order to ride the beeps, you often have to be leaning forward pretty hard. So anyway, this guy, I think he was riding the beeps, and it cut out on him. Now, he was fully geared up. He had the helmet, He had the jacket. He probably had as much gear on as I do, if not more. And he still like got some major road rash. I don't think he broke any bones, which is, pretty lucky, but it was not pretty. It looked, yeah, not great. So the EUC technology is still kind of maturing. It hasn't like it hasn't reached this point to where they have all the safety stuff that you would have from normal vehicles. And like you could have bad controllers and the controller could cut out on you. The battery could disconnect. There's just a variety of problems that could happen. And they are working on fixing these things, but I don't think that, at least the last I checked, the last time I bought an EUC was maybe 3 years ago. And they still had these problems. Some of the models still had these problems. Like they didn't have full redundancy of systems, just like a single system on the board, which if that one system fails, then essentially the whole wheel can fail. So anyway, they're working on all these things. I guess the higher order bit is if you get a wheel, even though I'm strongly endorsing them, I absolutely love my wheel. I think it's one of my favorite types of pastimes now. Like I like being on my wheel more than I like snowboarding, mountain biking, kayaking, hiking. It's just literally, it's just freaking awesome. I mean, I don't know. You're literally, you become like one with the wheel. You literally just start thinking, and then it just does the stuff. It's a very interesting thing because, there's like no steering wheel. And so your arms aren't controlling it at all. It's really just all your feet and your legs. But you are using your body weight, right? So when you're turning, you're using your legs and you're leaning. And then you can use your arms out sometimes for balance. But it's just like, it's very kinetic, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't know. Check it out if you have the ability and the interest. Maybe at some point they'll start renting EUCs. Maybe that's like a thing. And so you don't have to pay some outrageous amount of money for something that you aren't sure that you're even going to like. Like I think my first wheel, what I did is I bought it on Craigslist for just a few $100s because I was watching all these videos and they looked pretty cool, but I didn't really know. Like I'd never been on an EUC. I didn't know if I could learn it, and so I didn't want to pay that much money. Anyway, I just got lucky, and I found somebody that was moving to a smaller place, and I think he was moving to SF, and there wasn't going to be enough room for the EUC, and he was like 5 floors up or something. So I got a pretty killer deal. I think I got an InMotion something. InMotion V5. I don't know. I'm gonna look this up in a second, but let me look at more comments and we'll come back to the EUC thing. Oh yeah, I feel ya. But I guess for Austin, 90 is good, right? In the sense that you guys haven't broken 100 yet. Does it break 100 over in Austin? AMS. Oh, we're live on here. Let me show you. Yeah, you probably can't see this because you're on Insta, but so here's my dashboard. Hopefully you can see this. Let me make this a little bit smaller. And this is, I collab coded this with Claude, my buddy Claude. So yeah, we've got Insta, we have Kick, a couple of people from Kick. We have, oh, is that, oh, TikTok is working now. Awesome. I don't think we could see the number for TikTok before. So TikTok, and then we have Twitch. Twitch. Yeah. OBS is saying that nobody is on from Twitch. So, yeah, it should just put a 0 there. But, and then YouTube. And now that I have 2 YouTube channels, I have the Goju Tech Talk channel, and then I just created this other experimental site because I'm trying to see if I can fix YouTube's algorithm, because I think it's sending out the notifications to the wrong group of people. And I think that because we're getting like significant target matches for GTT on like Instagram and TikTok, but not as much on YouTube. So anyway, what I'm trying to get at is I'll probably have 2 YouTubes soon. It'll be YouTube GTT, and then it'll be YouTube GT. So Goju Tech Talk and Goju Trek. And then who knows if Goju Trek eventually fixes itself, then maybe I'll retire the original Goju Tech Talk channel and we'll just have Goju Trek. And I realize that would kind of change the name of GTT, but maybe we don't. Maybe we just keep GTT as like it's grandfathered in. I don't know. I'm just making this up as we go, right? So I have no idea what I'm doing, which I think all of you guys know, and we'll figure it out together. I think the big thing is we're having fun, we're chilling, we're learning things together. Everybody's super kind and cool, calm, collected. It's just a great crowd. Oh, and Ems, since you asked, we also have a Discord. Let me drop the link for the Discord. And basically, my view is the Discord is kind of like everybody's home. That's kind of the way that I think about it. And the Discord is running 24/7. Like, people are active and chatting about tech and all kinds of stuff on the GTT Discord literally 24/7. I think I got up this morning around 4:30 a.m. and I was on the Discord and there were maybe 30 people online and we started chatting. And then, yeah, right now, there's about 40 people. It's still early days with the Discord. We just kind of really got it rolling maybe a couple months ago. And so I think there's about 180 of us now. But it's a super awesome community. And basically, we just want to talk about technology, think about stuff, be really cool to each other, try to learn as much as we can from each other, and just be chill. That's, I think, a really important piece is we try to make sure the conversations stay kind and fruitful rather than like Twitter. or whatever we want to call it today. Okay, back to my slow meandering through the chat. By the way, this got, I don't know how you guys are feeling, but I'm loving this chat. I wasn't entirely sure if I wanted to go online just because I was kind of winding down, but I'm so pumped I went online now. Yeah, you guys are like literally the highlight of my day. But very seriously, it's, yeah, there's a lot of, I think, reciprocal love happening here. Yeah, Alec, as far as understanding calculus, in terms of like the debugging and reasoning deeply about language models and neural networks, absolutely. I mean, there was some work that I was doing with MIT a few years ago where we were combining our forces to do deeper understanding of neural nets. And in this case, what were we looking at? Variational autoencoders, I think, on the AutoPerf system we built. And yeah, there's just a bunch of things, right? So the calculus part is probably related to the chain rule for backpropagation. But then a large part of it is deeper understanding of linear algebra and higher order dimensional spaces, which are really hard to reason about because you have to just kind of see it in your head. You can't really draw pictures of it. Or you can just stare purely at the math. And at least for me, I'm a concept guy. Like I learn best when I can deeply grok the concept of something. And then once I understand the higher order concept, then all the rest of it's just a breeze. This is actually how I teach too. Yeah, let me show you guys so you can see what I'm talking about. I think it's in my first lecture. Oh, and for those of you that plan to attend my class this year, from September to December, I'm going to teach 1 day a week for 3 hours. I don't know what day that's going to be. I have a sneaking suspicion it's going to be either Monday or Friday. And the reason why I'm going to do it this way is where I'm moving, it's about 2.5 hours away from the university. And I don't want to make that commute multiple times a week. I don't mind driving for 5 hours, but I do mind driving like 15 hours a week. Yeah. So just a heads up is it'll just be, I haven't figured out the exact time, but it'll probably be in the normal history corner building that I teach in. And then I'll probably shoot for like it'll probably be like a 4 to 7 p.m. class. Which is kind of interesting just as an aside, at least for Stanford, what I see is that the students really prefer later classes. Like 1 year, I think I taught from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. So I did, oh shoot, do I need to do a 4-hour lecture? Yeah, now that I think about it, I usually teach 2 days a week, 2-hour lectures. Okay, and anyway, that year when I was teaching 11 a.m. to 1 p.m., my students literally I was like the first class of the day for them. And I could tell because like some of them would be running a little bit late and you can kind of tell that they just like just got out of the shower, or they have their morning coffee kind of thing. And anyway, the reason why I'm mentioning this is for those of you that may think that 4 p.m. to 7 p.m. is late. One of the things I recently learned about Stanford is I think the classes can run up until 9 p.m., which is super awesome. I don't know that I want to go as late as 9 p.m., mostly because my classroom is kind of, it's far from a lot of the student housing, and I don't want the students to have to walk alone in the dark. Like, the university is pretty big, and I'm just want to make sure that they're safe and stuff. But 4 to 7 p.m., that seems like that might work. Anyway, I'll keep you guys posted. But let me see if I can find this slide that talks about how I teach. The overarching strategy, my view on this is that I think that once you understand the concepts of things, then learning the details of how to achieve that concept through various embodiments is significantly easier. But if you start with the details and you don't deeply understand the concept, I think it's hyper confusing. And a lot of my professors, when I was, at least for undergrad, would kind of teach this way, where they would just like get into the details of quicksort or object-oriented programming or templates or whatever. And they wouldn't necessarily spend that much time first explaining conceptually what we're about to learn. And I think a lot of the students, myself included, just were overly confused because the concept wasn't explained first. And I kind of understand why some professors do it. If I'm being honest, it's a lot easier to just teach the details without teaching the concepts first, because the details are usually already present in some textbook or some research paper or whatever. But the concept is oftentimes something that you have to deeply grok and then be able to explain it very clearly at this higher level. I think that it, essentially what I'm trying to say is I think it requires a true mastery of subject matter to explain things at a clear conceptual level. Whereas I think that you do not need a strong mastery of a topic to teach the details of something. Because the details could be purely just regurgitated memorization of something, if that makes sense. Does this make sense, what I'm saying? Or am I just talking nonsense? Let me know in the chat. Anyway, in this lecture, I think it's in this first lecture, I talk about how I teach, and yeah, here it is. So this is the way I teach. So here's basically the pyramid of learning, understanding, these types of things. And what I find is that these lower levels are things that you do in lower... Wow, that's so annoying. Yeah, I do not care. These lower levels of the pyramid, I think, are the easiest to do, and they are primarily reinforced in lower levels of education. So you're in kindergarten through third grade, and you basically it's almost like rote memorization. All you're trying to do is just memorize these things. You're learning the alphabet, you're learning number systems. It's basically just all memory, and there's no focus on this higher order stuff. And this kind of makes sense because as you walk up this pyramid, each level up, it gets harder and harder and harder. Whereas the top level of being able to create new knowledge this is PhD stuff, right? And in order to do this level, you have to be able to do this level and this level and this level and this level and this level. Whereas at the bottom of the pyramid, it doesn't rely on anything. Like, I can tell you a number, like 21, and say, memorize this number, and everybody can do this. But if I jump up to this level and say, do a deep analysis systematically on deterministic intent folding, and then provide experimental data and your thoughts on this system or whatever the embodiment is, this takes a huge amount of mastery. Yeah. So anyway, the way I explain this at the uni is I generally will not teach at these levels. Part of that is that the students can learn this stuff on their own. They don't need me for this. Like, they don't need me to show them what the topology of a transformer is and explain what multi-head attention is. I mean, not the specific details of it, maybe the concept of attention I would explain, right? Like up at these levels. But the specific embodiment of like a convolutional matrix in a CNN is super boring to me because that's just an embodiment of a concept, and it's one of possibly millions of different embodiments. And so why do that? Sense. Willie, are you saying that there should be like a sense level on the pyramid? And if that's what you're saying, where do you think the sense level would be? Sensing would be like below remembering, because it's like an autonomous thing. I'm curious to hear more on what you're saying. Anyway, so I don't teach them stuff to remember, not really. I mean, a little bit, but really it's concepts. And so understanding, I mean, yeah, a little bit. Application, now they can figure it out on their own. But these levels, how to analyze things deeply, how to evaluate things, and then most importantly, how to create new knowledge. And this is, again, my class is geared more toward PhDs and postdocs. So I get like pretty advanced students. And what I find is that when you teach this way, first, it's significantly harder because you can't just go through an algorithm that's already pre-cooked for you and just kind of like write the algorithm that already exists and say, look, here's how to do backpropagation for neural networks, or here's the specific breakdown of the mantissa and the exponent. Is that right? Of like a floating point number. Instead, so let's take those two examples, backpropagation and floating point numbers. So what I would do is I would explain that any machine learning algorithm has to perform, and this is actually one of the things I teach, is I think that there are two fundamental things that all machine learning systems must do for them to actually be a machine learning system or be considered a machine learning system. The first is that they must be able to learn from data. That is, in my mind, the definition and the fundamental difference between uh, oh, Willie, yeah, you're getting really deep here, bro. Maybe, can you explain a little bit more what you're saying about inception pointing? And Hinton hinting at immortality of neural networks? Yeah, that's interesting. Hinton's saying a lot of interesting things. Anyway, okay, so back to machine learning systems. There's two fundamental things that I think all machine learning systems must have. The first is they must be able to learn from data. That's kind of like the definition of a machine learning system. Traditional systems that are coded or built from rules are heuristics. And the way that I think about this construction of an ML model versus a heuristic, also known as like a formal process versus a probabilistic process, is the source of the data. So the formal process, the rules-based process, the data comes from historical knowledge that the human race has acquired. So, for example, when you're building a quicksort algorithm, you know what the steps are because the data for the steps have already been discovered by the human race, and you're essentially taking that data and constructing that function as the heuristic. Now, I think that's really important to understand. It's still data. It's just that it's data from human knowledge. That's basically, if you think about any of the coding that you're doing, except for things like you're building something new that has never existed, a lot of this is based on basically recipes, rules, things that have already existed, and you're taking that data from the pool of human knowledge that you've learned, right? And the thing that's doing kind of the thinking is you. You're doing it. You're the one that's producing the answers. On the other side, for probabilistic systems, what you're saying is, okay, I'm not going to use myself to generate the heuristic or come up with the algorithm. I'm instead going to build a system that's going to figure out the algorithm for me, the heuristic for me, whatever. But it also needs data in order to do that. So it gets the data from the wild, some data set or many data sets, this kind of thing, right? But both are coming from data, just different sources of data. So that's the first piece. That's the first thing that all machine learning systems must do. I do not know of any machine learning system that can learn without data. I don't think it exists. And that kind of makes sense in my mind. And even things like reinforcement learning that you might be saying, well, it doesn't really have a training data set. That's true. But the way that it performs the reinforcement learning is still from data, right? Okay, so that's the first piece. The second piece is it must demonstrate what it's learned. So the act of learning by itself is insufficient for a system to be demonstrable as an ML system, because without a demonstration of what it's learned, you don't know that it's learned anything. Maybe it has, but there's no evidence. There's this whole tree falls in the forest when no one's around. Who knew, right? So these are the two pieces that I think all ML systems must have for us to consider them an actual machine learning system. Okay. In step one, I mentioned the learning piece. That's where backpropagation lives. Backpropagation is essentially one of many different types of learning, or in this case, error correction for neural networks. And the actual details of how backpropagation works is it's essentially derived chain rule in calculus, and it's trying to essentially work toward finding a global minima on some kind of geometric manifold. And that's just like a bunch of fancy words. That's the point really is it's an error correction thing. Is you have an output and the output wasn't exactly perfect, so then you're trying to do error correction on that output, and backpropagation is one of the principal ways to do that error correction. Now, because backpropagation is essentially derivative calculus, one thing that's a very important property to understand with neural networks is neural networks, to the best of my knowledge, cannot solve problems that are non-differentiable. What is differentiable? It's derivative. Is that you have a problem space where you can get a derivative, and any of the spaces where you have a problem that is differentiable, you could apply backpropagation. I want to mention too, because we were talking with, I forget the lady's name now, but she was mentioning perceptron learning. And one of the big limitations of perceptron learning is it only functioned for linear problems, I believe. And that's why XOR didn't work. Is XOR is not a linear problem. And by linear, what I mean is you can draw a line, right, that splits the answers. So you could put a line in the middle of this and say, okay, all the good stuff is up here, all the bad stuff is down here, and I can separate those with this line that I built, and then I have the answers. But what about nonlinear problems? Problems that are more complex geometric spaces, like what we were just talking about, that are potentially differentiable. And that's how we got to backpropagation, is that when you think about calculus, you know, it's all about these curves and weird turns and things like that. And that's essentially what backprop is doing, is you have all these weird shapes and it's trying to like smooth out this thing to reduce the error. That's kind of it in a nutshell. But this is, I think, one of the key things, again, when you understand the concepts of how these things work, rather than focusing just on the implementation details, then you will immediately be able to deduce that, like, oh, so if I have a problem that's not differentiable, a neural network could potentially not be able to solve that. That's correct. That's absolutely correct. And maybe there are, but keep in mind that that's a limitation, not of the neural network. That's a limitation of backpropagation. That's a limitation of the learning mechanism. So, with science, we're constantly inventing new techniques. This is going very far down this rabbit hole of what Alec was talking about, but deeply understanding calculus and what's beyond things like multivariate calculus could potentially lead to new learning algorithms beyond backpropagation, and then maybe we could have systems for neural networks that could learn non-differentiable problems. And the truth is, maybe there's published work on this that I just haven't seen. I know some people were actually looking into it, but I don't know exactly what the current state of the research is for that. Anyway, the reason for all this is to kind of explain, I think, how I teach these things and how it's different than I think some others might teach it. And again, I'm not saying that my way of teaching it is right or their way is wrong, but I personally think that once you understand the concepts of things, then the implementation details are significantly easier, right? Like, I suspect almost all of you probably understand what backpropagation is, what it's doing, and what its limitations are. And so once you have that in your head, now you can be like, okay, that's super easy. It's just an error correction mechanism, and it's limited to only differentiable problems because it's performing essentially differentiation to do the error correction. And now that I have that in mind, all the stuff related to the process of backpropagation, like the Jacobians and the Hessian matrices, you understand why those exist. It's like, oh, it's just having these big matrices where you have a whole bunch of derivatives and blah, 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 blah. And the Jacobians and the Hessians, those are essentially just matrices for the different layers of the neural network. Okay. And by the way, I realized that last part was probably a bit confusing, but I don't really feel like explaining the Jacobian and Hessian matrices right now. So, purely just out of sheer laziness. Okay, I want to see what Willie's saying over here. Code can be stored and run on new hardware at a later time. The code can come from off-world or sent to a new territory. Yes, 100%. Code, as Hinton describes, is hence immortal versus our analog brain, which is mortal. 100% agree with this. Willie? Hitting a context window length, digital sentience might be alien. Hmm. Uh, this is a really interesting point. Yeah, I think that I'm gonna have to think about this in more detail, but I think I see what you're saying, and I like it. It does present like an interesting, novel way to think about things, especially if you think of ML models as capturing personalities and knowledge of individual people. You, I mean, Willie, I suspect you know where I'm kind of going with this. Is does that give us the perception of being able to look like essentially that person has become immortal? And keep in mind, I realize that the ML model is doesn't have like a personality and all of these things, but it can fake those things. And that's pretty fascinating, I think. I mean, this is definitely moving into a whole new world, maybe a brave new world, but there's some interesting ethical questions related to this. But I imagine that there are certain people that could be potentially immortalized, and then the ability for people to talk to that person as if that person were alive would probably be very exciting for a lot of people. Right? Like let's say Abraham Lincoln. Let's say that you could create the ML model that would sort of perfectly embody what Abe Lincoln was like. And then you could chat with the Abe Lincoln AI. I think that that would be, Albert Einstein, Alan Turing, Stephen Hawking, like a number of people that Plato, Socrates, Aristotle, Galileo, like that would be just to get a vibe on what their personalities might be like beyond just the things that they did in their life, like their life's work, the things that they have written. I think that that would be a very interesting experience. Now, on the other hand, I also want to share that I think that that could potentially cross some really tricky ethical spaces that could feel like invasion of privacy. And if you start asking personal questions, I mean, there's like a bunch of guardrail things that I think you would probably want to have in place before you did this. But basically, all I'm doing is I'm just springboarding from what you're talking about here, Will. And I think it's super fascinating. I think it's very interesting. So thanks for sharing that. Guys, I need to take a quick bio. So let's pause for a couple minutes. We can stretch our legs and all that stuff. And then I'll be back. So let's take 5. Be right back. Yeah, that's all I need. 5 minutes. Just right here. More ice. And bio. Alrighty. See you guys in just a couple minutes. Alrighty. Now, let's continue looking at the chat. No, let's go back to this. Boom. Analog data source. Oh, Ada Lovelace. Yeah, good call. Good call, bro. Yeah. 100%. 100%. In fact, one of the things that I talk about is the shift from analog to digital, as like the digitization of the world, the digital era, and I think that's exactly right. Is its ability to be replicated or modified, like inline, is like a massive differentiator and difference than analog. So, yep. In fact, I mean, I gotta find the slide, but I basically talk about how the digitalization of the world is a paramount, critical advancement that had to have happened before we could build ML systems. Because if we just had analog, I don't think that it works. Not at this scale. Because minimally, with analog, I mean, there's so many issues, right? There's fidelity loss. There is lack of ability to kind of speed things up in the profound way that you can with digital things. There's a need for, I don't know, we could go really far down this rabbit hole. But once we have digital, yeah, things change a lot. Love it, Willie. Super glad you hopped on the chat. Yeah, humans, we are analog. And that is both good and bad. Yeah. Okay. Matt's saying the men's love of Roman Empire didn't come out of nowhere. It came from Age of Empires, Rise of Rome. Game is goated. If y'all ever had the privilege. I know Age of Empire, I think. I don't know about Rise of Rome. Definitely have to check it out. Windows 98. Oh, man. Pulling my heartstrings. I think Windows 98 was not bad, right? But I think, like, Windows 2000 was better. Well, why does it seem like the focus of the camera just got off? Okay, I don't know. Who cares? Let's keep on going. JB is saying, oh yeah, Alec, 100% Refinition. Yep. And basically what Refinition stands for is it's the combination of essentially two concepts. The concept of definition and refinement in one. And the reason why those two words I think make sense for the word definition is that when you are creating the initial neural network or the initial machine learning system, you are essentially defining it, in my mind, is you are giving it its topology and you're training it, and that is the original definition. But with all science, at least it's my strong conviction, is there's no scientific domain that we have perfect because it's about discovery. Therefore, refinement, iterative refinement, should be a first-class citizen for machine learning technologies that will have long-term viability. And that's why, and that's a fundamental departure that I have in the diff white paper that is different from some of the classical machine learning technologies, techniques. Like, for example, neural networks do not have a built-in way to do iterative refinement, not the classical systems. And I think that is a massive flaw in them. Whereas things like software or hardware, just all these different things, they have iterative refinement capabilities. So the term definition is basically saying that you must do both of these things. You must have mechanisms to support and they must be deterministic mechanisms to be a diff system. It must have the capability to do the definition in a deterministic way and then the iterative refinement in a deterministic way. So that's kind of where it came from. Oh, so JB saying, what if we look at combining two concepts? We as humans can imagine what a lighter plus pack of smokes would look like. Seems like a good application for deterministic stochastic systems. Yeah, JB, so I'm not sure if you missed it, but that's actually one of the key things that we're doing at Murley, is it is the combination of deterministic and stochastic systems. And in fact, I 100% agree with you. It's a yin and yang. It's a very symbiotic relationship that I think makes them super effective because they're really good at different things. And therefore, the ensemble of the two give you superpowers that neither one by itself can achieve. And it's my strong conviction or strong belief that a lot of what's happening with the big AI companies is they're doing this. Whether they realize it or not, they are kind of doing this. And an example of that is any of the reasoning systems or semantic understanding of the language models that are being built today. And those systems are being built today. It's just that a lot of those systems are leveraging fully formal deterministic systems, which I think have computational tractability concerns. But basically what I'm saying is I 100% agree with you that is a big major +1 step in the right direction. And that's actually why Mentor does this already. So I was explaining this on the chat. Let me see if I can bring this up. Oh, and for any of you that are not on our Discord, I love to consistently plug our Discord. Here's the link to our... Oh no, if I drop this, it's going to jump to the bottom, isn't it? Okay, please don't jump to the bottom. Oh, it did. Okay, hold on. We go back up. There we go. I'm back. Feel free to hop on our Discord. It's just a bunch of cool people that like to nerd out and learn about stuff and have cerebral conversations and things. And be kind, or in the famous words of Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, be awesome to one another. Yeah. So in this piece here that I posted this morning, I was talking about how can Mentor generate stochastic snippet of code if diff is fully deterministic? Yeah, it can't. And so we use language models for that very purpose. JB, is that stochasticity is awesome when properly constrained. I think that's the key thing, which is also in the AI First Principles and Tenets document that you may or may not have seen. But my view is determinism is needed as the hypervisor level, basically the foundation level for ML systems. And then stochastic systems should be built on top of them and used when you want stochasticity. But the base system should I'm tempted to say always be deterministic, but I know when I make these strong claims, I usually end up regretting it because I tend to be wrong. So let me say the deterministic systems should, in many cases, I think, be the foundation. Maybe not all. Anyway, oh, yeah, right. Oh, yeah. JB, check this out. Right here. As you probably heard me say many times, diff plus LMs creates a very elegant yin-yang type of thing. It's a combination of diff's determinism and LM stochasticity that creates this powerful cohesion. So, in other words, even though I think you didn't realize it, I am in lockstep with what you're thinking. Awesome. All about collab. Yep. I'm with you. Magician. Or as I prefer, Magi Sean. And that's actually one of the key purposes of GTT. In fact, I'll share this with you. I have a pretty critical presentation on Wednesday where I'm going to be discussing Merly with the senior partnership of a very tier 1 VC firm. And when I say senior partnership, I mean like the senior partners, like general partners and the co-founding team. The reason why I mention this is that the discussions that I have on GTT, especially on our Discord and our live sessions, what I find is they significantly improve my own understanding of AI, because you guys are teaching me things all the time, like all the time. For example, Matt taught me something about this Kanban thing, right? And also you help reinforce some of the things that I'm thinking, like JB, what you were just saying about using the two together, right? Like, so yeah, I was thinking the same thing, and clearly we're aligned. That makes me believe even more so that, okay, other smart people are thinking along the similar lines. So that's basically one of the key things of GTT, is really to create essentially a think tank of people that deeply, deeply care, right? Like, for example, if you don't deeply care about technology and AI and having like cerebral discussions, why the hell are you on this live stream at Saturday night or Sunday morning, whatever your time is? Like, it's 11 p.m. for us West Coasters. You probably deeply care if you're on this live stream. And what I found personally is the people that I'm the most magnetized by, the people that I want to spend the most time with, are people that deeply care. They really care about how stuff works, making stuff better, deeply understanding all of the things. So yeah, 100% on all of this. Okay, let me try putting another. I'm telling you, these glasses used to make me so. If I go like this, I can see better, but it's because they're progressives and they only. Yeah. Maybe if I just move the monitor down. Let me see. Down a little bit. All right, cool. Uh, Circle back to ontology again for me. Yeah, no, I love ontology. It's very important piece, and I feel like ontology is an ongoing effort. Is We're constantly trying to iteratively refine the words. This is like refinition. I was trying to find a word that basically encaptures or encapsulates the definition and the refinement of a thing. And to the best of my knowledge, I couldn't find a word that existed in the English language that captured this concept, duality. So then I was like, okay, I guess I have to create a word. And yeah, so ontology. Cool. Really, AI is going to win. Yeah, hope so. And if not, then we'll just continue under some other embodiment. Like, one thing's for sure, at least from my perspective, is I will never stop. I I'm deeply committed to this cause, and I'm going to do everything I can in the time I have left on this planet to move this stuff forward. Whatever vehicle that is. Maybe it's GTT. Maybe it's GTT and Merle. Maybe it's GTT, Merle, and Stanford. Like, sure, all those things. I will watch it as long as no more movie sites get burned. What does this comment mean, Colin? I'm not sure I understand. Did some movie site get burned that I'm not aware of? I mean, it could be. I'm clueless to a large majority of all the things that are going on in the world. Crazy Stupid Love is funny as a rom-com. Okay, cool. I may have to check it out now that you've mentioned it, Maggie. I Ryan Gosling in Barbie, I think was yeah, I have some deep thoughts about that movie. That would be a members only VOD. Yep. Again, 100. Once we get to 100, I'm gonna start doing it, and I think we're about 40 now. We're almost 40 members, so we're getting there. I love it, and thank you guys so much for joining and being members. It means a lot to me. And it's not the money commitment, it's the principle of it. It better if. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Feel bad for you, user. AI viewers at streamboo.com. Huh. Why would we want AI viewers? I mean, is it just to artificially boost the numbers or something? That sounds supremely boring. I think you kind of are hitting the wrong channel. Like, we want real people and stuff here. Well, isn't what they're talking about with superpositioning is for in quantum algorithm solving problems simultaneously across space-time, which also ties into Betty numbers. No idea. I'm not sure, Dale, what we might have been talking about that inspired this. I understand superpositioning, quantum algorithms, space-time, and I think I know about Betty numbers. But, I mean, it sounds familiar. But I gotta be honest, off the top of my head, I can't quite remember. So I need to look this up. I'm actually super curious. Okay, so a Betty number. We all get to learn now because of Dale. In algebraic topology, Betty numbers are used to distinguish topological spaces based on the connectivity of n-dimensional. How do you say this word? Simplicial complexes. For the most reasonable fine dimensional spaces such as compact manifolds, finite simplicial complexes, or CW complexes, the sequence of Betty numbers is 0 from some point onward. Betty numbers vanish above the dimension of the space. Woo, that is interesting. And they're all finite. Huh. All right. We need to learn more about Betty numbers. This may have direct relevance to diff, especially folding. Yeah, very cool. Very cool, Dale. Thank you for sharing that. That's... You're potentially... Yeah. Hey, Labyrinth. You sound like an actor. No, wait, not him. Ryan Reynolds. Ryan Reynolds? Wait, hold on. What are you saying, Labyrinth? If you just compared me to Ryan Reynolds, oh my gosh. Where is that ban button? You can compare me to Ryan Gosling till the sun goes down, but... And I'm just kidding. Ryan Reynolds... I used to actually really like Ryan Reynolds until I learned that he's, I guess, a bit of a jerk. And I also want to be honest, at least from my perspective, I'm all for lighthearted comedy, but I think sarcasm is I don't know. I'm just not a huge fan of sarcasm because I think that oftentimes people use sarcasm as it's essentially a way to weaponize humor and attack people in a way that is indefensible. That if somebody ever gets offended by sarcasm, you can be like, oh, you need to just have a sense of humor. I was just kidding, right? So you can't like get offended by sarcasm. At the same time, if people continue to use sarcasm against you or as a means to attack people, then I think this can erode on people's self-esteem. And also, I tend to prefer just saying what you mean and meaning what you say. I think that people that like live in the world of sarcasm, is my personal view, is I'm trying to think of how to say this without sounding super mean. Uh, I think being able to say things head on, saying things directly, is it takes courage. And I think when you use sarcasm to say things that you mean, but then you can pretend like you don't mean, I think is less courageous. Maybe that's the politically correct way of saying it. Oh, sorry, I misread your thing. You're saying I sound like that actor, uh, Ryan Reynolds. Like Labyrinth, do you mean a similar voice? But I think you mean this as a compliment, so I'm going to take it as a compliment. Thank you for the kind words, and I'll yeah be done with it. Okay, Maggie's talking about sarcasm. All right. Yes, Alec. There's lots of stuff that I agree with you. There's lots of stuff that we don't know about data spaces, and the truth is, part of folding is I believe that there's a ton of hidden knowledge that we are currently blind to that sits in higher dimensional spaces. That's my strong belief. And when we start going into those higher dimensional spaces, I think some of those things, not all of them, I think some of them will start to become clearer. And then once we get an intuition that something's happening at a higher dimensional space, then we can start to explore it more deliberately. So I don't think that the folding in diff is going to be like the deep investigation into any higher order dimension, but I think that it will be enough to scratch the surface because diff is more interested in using folding as a mechanism to transform data into a more rich format, which may have characteristics that the lower order dimensions don't have, very much like protein folding. Uh, Except rather than just moving from 2D to 3D, you're moving it from like 2D to 12D. And then we'll see something that's like, wow, this is really peculiar and strange. This was totally invisible before we moved into this 12th dimension. And then that could spawn off a whole bunch of tertiary research that other people lean into to explore the 12th dimension. Does this make sense? What I'm saying? And a really simple example of this is the notion of taking code that can be seen to live in a two-dimensional space, and then transforming it to higher order dimensions where you can start to visualize all types of things, like the classes and their interaction with each other, the data flow, the execution signature, the interaction with various types of hardware and what that would look like. I think of all of these as like higher order dimensions that you raise it into, or you fold it into, right? Because every time every time you take something from a lower dimension into a higher dimension, it becomes more compressed, very much like the 2D to 3D. But I believe that compression allows you to see things in a different way than if you just had it in the lower order dimension and you tried to imagine all the pieces. It's sort of like you get composition of things in unusual and interesting ways that will give you intuitions about how things should have been combined, but you hadn't come up with those combinations on your own. Like all the combinations I just mentioned, that if you do the folding right, then what happens is the folding transformation does this implicitly. And then once it's in that form, you start to reason about it in that higher order dimension. And then if you observe and a really interesting characteristic, then suddenly you know something new. Hopefully that makes at least a little bit of sense. But we've already done this with a few of our intermediate representations that we've invented at Murley. And yep, there's stuff that's hidden that we have found that if we didn't do the folding, I don't know that we ever would have seen. And I think that we're just scratching the surface, guys. And our folding is like just a single dimension of folding. Like we basically went from, let's say, 2 dimensions to 3 dimensions. And what we have seen in some of these cases is astonishing. Imagine what you might be able to see if you go from like 2 dimensions to 7 dimensions. I think it's going to be real wacky. And I think not enough people are doing this. I think they're doing the opposite because we're kind of taught from machine learning that you don't do folding, you do unfolding for latent spaces. And it makes sense. Like I understand the concept of latent spaces and I know why you would want to unfold something. It's mostly to make it easier to reason about things, and it can oftentimes reduce the computational tractability. Is it moves into like simpler topological spaces that we have a lot of algorithms and stuff for, because we've done a lot of, for example, we've done a lot of our historical algorithms reasoning about things like in graphs. And generally the graphs that we have built and thought about are graphs in a 2-dimensional space. When you think about a graph like with the nodes and with the vertices and the edges, at least in my head, it's basically just a massive graph that's a 2-dimensional space. So when you do the transformation of unfolding to a latent space, you essentially unlock the potential of access to hundreds of years of algorithms that can act on those latent spaces. I mean, this is kind of conceptually the way I think about it. And so it makes sense. I get it. But I feel like there are secrets in the universe that are hidden in those higher order folded spaces. This is my strong conviction. And I have at least 2 examples where we've seen it at Merle, and it is like truly mind blowing, at least from my perspective. Maggie, that's awesome, bro. Uh, this, I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble gum, and I'm all out of gum. It, is this from a movie? I feel like this is from a movie, and I feel like I've heard this line, but off the top of my head, I can't. Oh, is that Duke Nukem? Okay, whatever it is, I love it. Alec, that's sweet. I I have no idea what we're referring to with the getting involved in the emulation services, but I love that there's a connection here. Am I getting back into WoW? Cool. Be careful. Online games can be super addictive. Uh, Take that from one addict to a potential new addict. Uh, why not have those exoskeleton chairs, standing chairs, and slip it on an EUC? You would get to sit and drive like a car. That's interesting, JB. So some people actually ride the EUCs sitting, but at least for me, part of the excitement of it is uh, the stress, the physical workout involved in standing with all of my like leg muscles and body, just my whole body being engaged in what I refer to as like static still flexes. It's like yoga essentially. So go into downward dog or whatever the yoga movements are, and how it's it sounds easy, but then when you hold that position for a while, you start to realize like, oh my gosh, my body's on fire because it's actually resistance training, right? So it's basically that, except not only are you getting the static stills, it's slight variations where you are changing your balance slightly to keep the wheel going. But it feels more like, I've mentioned this a couple times, it feels, and this is maybe a strange comparison, but it feels like it's like ballet. Is there so much relationship to balance and coordination with EUCs? So I guess what I'm saying is like a combination probably between ballet and yoga. So that, but again, this is just the way that I use it. I use it mostly as I'm an adrenaline junkie, and I'm an exercise fanatic. So I get like both at the same time. But I do think a lot of people ride them sitting down. Oh, yeah. So, user, just so you know, I have a speedometer on my wheel. And so today when I was on it, I was going pretty slow because I hadn't been on it for a while. So I don't think I even broke like 30 miles an hour the whole time. Yeah, I think that's probably right. There were a few times where I was going like a little bit fast, but I was intentionally kind of like taking it pretty chill. And so, yeah, sometimes when I start going really fast, I'll look down just to see what the speed is. And there's a couple times that I've been a little bit surprised. Like I've been cruising and I'm like, yeah, I feel like I'm kind of going fast. And I look down and it's like I'm almost doing 40 miles an hour. Like I think at one point I was having some fun because I had one of those radar. sensors in my neighborhood that will, it's like speed limit of 25 miles an hour, and it also shows you your speed, and then it like flashes and says you're speeding, slow down. And so I was literally like going and doing laps just to see how fast I could get it going. This is this is a couple years ago, so I was still learning, and going fast-ish was much scarier, I think, than it is today. I mean, for the speeds, but yeah, I think I got it up to maybe 35 miles an hour, and I was like, "Oh man, I'm going so fast." And now I kind of like regularly cruise around going 35 miles an hour. But generally speaking, I don't ever really exceed 40 miles an hour. Because just for me, I feel like that's top speed-ish. At least based on my expertise today. But if you guys watch Chooch, Chooch, I think is his name, Chooch, EUC, this guy is nuts. I mean, he goes, I think he goes on main roads and like passes cars and things, and I think he's gotten like over 60 miles an hour. But that's, yeah, too much for me. Oh, there's a speedometer on the UC. Yeah, yeah, there's a speedometer on it. At least on mine. I think many of them have it, or at least the more recent ones. Almost all of them have it, and it can show you kilometers per hour or miles per hour. It also has an odometer, so I know how many total miles I've put on it. And I think for the wheel that I'm riding right now, I think I have slightly over 300 miles, something like that. 300, 400 miles. Yeah. But the one I was using before this one, before that tire blew, I think maybe it was about the same. 300, maybe 400 miles. But in total, I think I've gone, I think somewhere between 1,000 and 2,000 miles total. Something like that. Whoa. JB. That is too hot for me, brother. By the way, JB, where are you dialing in from? Did you mention this? Did I just miss it? But yeah, anything that gets over 100 degrees Fahrenheit that's where I cap out. Like 90 degrees is still pretty toasty, but 100 degrees is, yeah. I used to live in Arizona. I lived in Arizona for a couple years, and I think there were a couple times where it got into like the 110, and it's like you're on fire. I mean, yeah. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. That Steve Jobs was talking about this. An AI that would allow him to talk to Aristotle. I did. Maybe I saw that. Maybe that's why I'm thinking about it. I'm not sure, but that's the kind of thing that I'm thinking about too. Is I'd love to have a conversation with. Yeah, there's just a bunch of super nerds that I'd love to have at least a pretend conversation that might, yeah, look and feel like I'm talking to the actual person. Richard Feynman. is, I think, at the top of my list. That guy is just such a legend in so many different ways. And I also get the vibe watching some interview videos with him that he's just this really cool, down to earth super genius. So yeah, I'd be pretty. He'd be at him, Alan Turing. I have to make the list, but it's there's probably at least 100 people that I think would end up on my list that I would just start walking through it. Uh yeah, so diff is not a hybrid system. Diff is a deterministic system, but Mentor is a hybrid system. And how does that handle that through scale? The way that that works for the scaling, JB, is that diff is the way to think about it is diff is the telescope and the language models are the microscope. So great question, and absolutely agree with you that the stochastic systems, especially language models, they can quickly become the bottleneck, and that's how diff helps. So not only does diff help with determinism to improve their like verification, validation, all that stuff, it also functions. It has constant time complexity, O of k, or essentially O of 1. So then you can use it at scale as a first pass. And then when interesting things are identified by diff, then you can do a deeper analysis with the language models that perform essentially that fine grain analysis or function as the microscope. Oh, wow. Do I sound like Ryan Reynolds? Oh my gosh, this is getting wacky, guys. I had no idea. And I'm terrified in a deeper analysis of that. But I guess minimally, I hope that I'm not nearly as sarcastic as he is. Yeah, JB, awesome. Yeah, once you start to think about it, these higher order dimension stuff for like data visualization, and again, once you get to the really deep levels of, or the really high order dimensions, uh, it's not even visualizing it because, well, just to be clear, I'm not disagreeing with you. Is what I'm trying to say is we are still kind of trying to visualize it, but it's not something you can actually visualize because it exists in spaces beyond three-dimensional spaces. So like we don't even know what that would look like. But you can start to get like a picture. It's almost like you could break the segments into small chunks of three-dimensional things so you can think about it, and then you send it back up to the higher order dimensions as you're like, once you're done reasoning about it and you've unpacked it, then you kind of send it back up. Yeah, I think you get some really interesting things with the folding. Awesome, Sean. Yeah, the truth has come out. I knew it. That's okay. I'm a gaming addict too. When I have the time. I don't have the time for it right now, but guys, like when I get those breaks, like a lot of people I think go on these traveling trips and they want to see the world. I literally want to lock myself in a closet and play Enshrouded for like 30 hours a day, right? Or Elden Ring or Hades, probably now Crimson Desert. I just, yeah, hardcore, serious nerd power. Hey, Rue, what's going on? Good to see you, my friend. I feel like we were just talking about some of your very interesting research, and it's great to have you. Tables are binary replacement with physics. One extra dimension takes a different mindset. Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. As far as what EUC I ride, that's a really good question. I think it's like a Sherman. Oh, awesome, JB. That's great. I don't know if I knew this, but thanks for sharing. When are you moving to Portugal? What is the? Hold on, let me. I'm a little bit curious about this. I want to see if I can look this up to figure out what EUC. So I have, I think, it took a while to find the one that I absolutely love. And I ride one of the heavier models. One, because it has basically a super battery that I think it can go over 100 miles on a single charge. I mean, assuming you weigh like 130 pounds, which I don't. I weigh significantly more than that. And when I put the pack on, because I'm wearing like it's probably like a 40 plus pound backpack, is that extra weight burns the battery much faster. But I think that, yeah, I know for sure I've done a couple rides where I've gone over 30, 40 miles on a single ride. And even that, I still have at least a quarter of the battery left. But some of the lighter weight ones, right, because the batteries weigh quite a bit. Some of the lighter ones, the distance that they can travel is like with a full battery, and assuming you weigh 130 pounds or something, they can only get maybe 30 miles, and just there's no way. Because I like to, when I'm really riding and I'm on the trails, I generally want to do at least 20 or 30 miles. And one of the things I noticed is, or one of the things you learn about the EUCs, is that as you start to get low on battery, there's the voltage decreases, which basically means you start to ride the beeps more quickly. And essentially, it becomes more dangerous to ride at top speeds, and it essentially slows the whole EUC down. So basically, I think the way they describe it is it's like you want to be at, you want to be above 60% battery charge if you're really pushing it beyond, like 20 miles an hour or something. I think some people are saying like the best range of battery where you get like the highest voltage is 80% battery or more, where you can essentially get the maximum throughput, and it really reacts to the hard leans forward. Anyway, yeah, let me see if I can find the no, here. I'll just put it. I'll bring up a new window. And let me, whoops, I just pressed something weird. Okay, we're going to drop this on. Here we go. Yeah, I think it's like the Sherman S something. Oh, and the wheel that I have, I think it weighs almost 90 pounds. Which is not that much, like if you think about comparing it to like a motorcycle. But what makes it that weight a little intense is when I go to the trails, I'll often drive to the trails, and so I have to pick up the EUC and put it in my car. And since the surgery, this arm doesn't still quite work the way it used to. Anyway, yeah, it's like the Sherman S. Is it just the Sherman? No, I don't think so. Maybe it is actually just the Sherman S. By the way, that night, guys, that we were on the live stream, you remember when we were doing the Google searches and none of the sponsored results were coming up? It was like we could do searches and it was actually giving us the results of the things that we were searching on. And yeah, no, Kyle, I want to look it up now myself. I'm actually curious. Yeah, so I think it's the Veteran Sherman S. I'm trying to find, just so I can show all of you guys. Yeah. Okay, this is what I ride. Yeah, this is my wheel. Okay, look at this bad boy. This thing is, this is a serious, serious wheel. I'll put it right over here. All right. So it's the Veteran Sherman S. Look at this. This is just like a work of art, right? And it's like a steel frame, and it has this really sleek look about it. I put on all these pads, so I lock my legs in and I lock my foot in. At some point, I'll take photos. So, oh yeah. So here's, yeah, I don't think 95. So people were asking about the speedometer. Yeah. So this is where it is, and then this is the front handle. This looks like an upgraded one because I don't know that mine has this back handle. I mean, maybe it does. Hold on. Yeah, I can't tell. But basically, I have two Veteran Sherman S's that I went through maybe like 4 or 5 wheels before they like came out with the Veteran Sherman S. That this came out when, like 2023 or 2024, and when I first started riding, they didn't even have suspension. So I was like riding the InMotion something or other. It was like an InMotion V5 or something, and it's like a really good starter wheel, but once I got comfortable with it, it was very clear to me that, oh yeah, and Kyle, bro, once you get the suspension on them, it's like a game changer. It's a totally different experience that, at least for me, I don't know that I can ride wheels that don't have suspension at this point. I'm basically just super spoiled. So anyway, so I was riding the Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's like this baby is so smooth. And I think I even got for the second one, I think they had an offer where I could upgrade the suspension to like this suspension that can hold more weight and make it smoother, and I think I did that. But so let me kind of walk you through the path of how I got to this one. So I bought my first wheel back in 20, I think it was 2022. I started watching Wrong Way, this YouTuber, and a couple others, and I just thought it was like pretty cool, and it looked like a interesting activity that looked fun, and it looked like it would be interesting exercise. I don't think I realized just how awesome the benefits would be in terms of like coordination and balance. Like, I don't think, in fact, I know I didn't have any idea how much it would improve my balance and how that would affect everything. Because, like, once you get, I think, really good on a wheel, like I was saying about the whole ballerina thing, I realize, again, this is a strange analogy, but I don't know of a better one, is you have an enhanced sense of balance and coordination in like everything you do. You just can do things that you couldn't do before that you probably don't even realize you can't do. I guess it's kind of like if when you become flexible is you can start to contort your body and like grab things that are in strange that you may not have even thought about. So anyway, I saw these things and I thought, okay, this looks fun. I'm a little bit of an adrenaline junkie. It doesn't look too crazy in terms of like it's the top speed of the EUCs when I first started using them. I think the top speed was literally it was like 30 miles an hour. Seriously. Hold on. Let me look this up. It was like the InMotion V6, I think. Okay, maybe it was the V7. Okay, where is the hold on, what if I just look at the images? So the whatever the InMotion one that I had, or I still have, it's literally in, yeah, it's not this one. It's in my garage. By the way, this one, guys, looks really interesting to me. I think this one just came out, and so there's like a few different manufacturers that play in this game, and some of them are considered to be like really. It kind of think of it as like TV manufacturers. So you've got Sony and Samsung and LG and stuff, and some of them you just kind of go in knowing that okay, these guys manufacture really good TVs. I know that this is going to be good, and then some of them it's kind of like a crapshoot that it might be good, it might not be. Anyway, InMotion is pretty reliable. They tend to make safer wheels that, at least based on what I saw, they're not top of the line in terms of like the craziness that you might get from some of the other folks. We'll have to do like a deeper search. But oh yeah, bro, as far as changing the wheel, it is a royal pain in the ass for many of them. Like this is one of the things that they're working on trying to improve is you literally have to disassemble the whole EUC and take an entire side off to change the wheel. So basically, if you get a flat which is what. No, many of them have the mud flaps in the back. If you don't have that, it absolutely will kick up mud and dirt. But see, right here, it has this flap that will block some of it. At least for me, it pretty much blocks all of it for me. Anyway, so part of the reason why I have two Sherman S's, is that what I have again? It's the where'd my window go? Oh, what's this? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so part of the reason why I have two veteran Sherman S's is I started to get like a little bit better on the EUC, and I would do this trail in NorCal that would be, it was like a combination of pavement, dirt, and then kind of like packed rocks in the different sections. And the whole trail that I would do is about, I think, 15 miles out and 15 miles back. Yeah, so about 30 miles round trip. And this was, I think, was it before my surgery? So, yeah, it was after I had been riding for about 2 years. And I was getting like somewhat comfortable with it, but this is before they had tubeless tires. They have tubeless tires now, which is far better than the tubes, because the tubes are very easy to puncture. Right. So like, for example, automobiles, most of our cars, like they don't have tubes, they're tubeless, but our bicycles, they have tubes, and you're constantly like getting a flat with them because something punctures and it pops the tube. Whereas if you have the tubeless tires, if you have a puncture, you can generally patch it. I mean, depending on how big it is, and you're good. But if you puncture the tube, right, like, a nail goes all the way in, then the only way kind of to fix that is you have to take the whole wheel apart, get the tire off, get the tube, patch the tube, put it back together. And given all the stuff I just explained, right, like this is a nightmare. Anyway, so I'm riding the Sherman S, and I'm really starting to love it. I realize it's like, I love this wheel, and I'm just getting wacky. And I think I was racing, right? I was racing with this bicyclist. I think maybe I was telling you guys about this at one point. And we were going pretty fast, and I took this corner really sharp, going pretty fast, and I punctured the tube. And so I got this flat. And it's the first time I ever got a flat on an EUC. And I think, again, because I was starting to get better, and so I was riding it a lot harder. And I was starting to do more dangerous things. I was doing jumps constantly. And anyway, so I blew the tube, and I was riding almost every other day. And in order to fix it, I basically needed somebody to take it apart and fix it themselves. Because there's like this, I looked online to see the process that it would take, and it just looked like I was going to undoubtedly totally screw this up. Like there was basically 0% chance that I'm going to be able to take this apart in any kind of reasonable time, replace the tube, and then put it back together in a way that it actually is a cohesive unit again. So I was like, okay, I'm not going to do that. But because these are so new, I basically had very, very limited options in terms of who could potentially fix it. Come on, dude, go away. Come on, don't do this. There you go. Okay. Uh, I think the only person that we could find that would repair the tube was like an SF, and that's an hour drive from where I am. You have to leave it with them for a week and then drive back. It just seemed like a lot. And so, and I love this wheel so much, I was like, look, I should just have two. So then there's always one working in the event. Yeah, so I have redundancy. So I ordered another one. And in the new one, I have like upgrades from version 1 to version 2 of the Veteran Sherman S. So basically, the wheel that I'm riding now is the Veteran Sherman S V2 or like V3, and it is leveled up compared to the original. Okay, so now let me walk you guys through the path from the original in motion, whatever I had. By the way, this let's actually meander a little bit and let's look at this guy. I feel like I want this to be bigger. Okay. Oh boy. Oh, I like it. Yeah, so when I first started riding on the InMotion V6 or V7 or whatever it was, again, I think the top speed was maybe 30 miles an hour. And by the way, that top speed, once you get close to that, you start riding the beeps. And I'm not gonna ride it to get cut out. Like that's just, I don't want to do a face plant. And so, and oh, that was the other thing, right? Is I started getting good enough to where I was riding the beeps constantly, and that was just freaking me out because I had seen people get a cutout, and it sucks. And I've eaten it so many times on the EUC, and I've banged myself up pretty bad. I just am not interested in an unnecessary face plant where I might like break my arm or whatever. So after maybe 3-4 months of riding the InMotion V6, hold on. I feel like I need to know the answer to this now. I think it might have been... What is this one? No, it wasn't this. They all look... InMotion. Nah. Yeah, maybe it was... Okay. No, it wasn't this one. Okay, so I know for sure that it wasn't the V6. So let's see... Let's go up to the V7. Hold on, I'm going to pull this over here. And the reason why I want to find this is I just want to show you guys the specs so you can see what I mean about how it's like not cutting it. Okay, shop. I'm not interested in your scooters. No, I don't want the scooters. Yeah, no. What if I just add EUC to the front of this? EUC, and we'll just delete this stuff. No, that didn't work. Okay, alright, so this is the official. Okay, cool, okay. And what I find is they like retire the old versions pretty quick. Part of that is I think they were just like a little sketchy. That they have evolved a lot in just the last few years. I know how I can find it. I don't know why it took me so long to figure this out, but I think I know how I can find it now. So we know it wasn't the V6, right? All right. Wow, this like this V14 is looking pretty sexy, guys. All right. So let's try InMotion V8. Okay, V14 has suspension. Oh, I have another idea. We're going on to Craigslist, because I think that's actually where I found it. My mindset was sort of like, I've never done this before, and I suspect I may not love it, so let me buy a used one if I can find one. Man, these guys like literally don't exist anymore. Somebody has got to have the specs for this. InMotion V7. Oh. We're getting somewhere now, guys. I just found the specs for the V. Ooh. For the V6. Okay, that didn't work. What about V8? That didn't work. I'm like massively OCDing this right now. I'm probably putting all of you guys to sleep, but you know how I roll. There's like a 0% chance that I'm going to stop until I find this damn thing. Oh yeah, we're gonna check Amazon. Huh, maybe it was the V9. Nah, I don't think so. No, this has suspension. King Song. By the way, I had this King Song at one point, and the King Song, not super great. I think that is one where I don't know. Like, if you guys do the EUC thing, you may want to avoid the King Songs. They are not at the top of the list as far as the safety and the quality. And I had no idea until I got one. And maybe it was just me, but I don't think so. It seems to me like they just literally have retired this guy. No, but it was better than this. But look, we'll just look at this just so you guys can see this as a comparison point. But the one that I started on was like slightly better than this. But here you can see that this is like the V8S, but mine was thicker than this and just overall like slightly bigger. So it wasn't this tiny, but in this one, this is the starter one that I got. And so you can see it has this, the big part is this right here, is this 22 mile an hour top speed. So if you're just a beginner, this is probably just fine. But once you start to get comfortable with it, and again, this is 22 miles per hour riding the beeps, which means it could cut out on you. And it also lacks a lot of the things that you need to do more of the advanced stuff. Like you need pedals that have the spikes, because you need to lock your feet in. And yeah, this is just too small of an engine overall. Probably a good like lightweight commuter thing, very chill. Again, good entry point. So I have this one, and then I quickly kind of outgrow it. And then what did I upgrade to? I don't think I upgraded directly to the King Song. I feel like there was something else in between. Yeah, there was now. I remember. It wasn't. It was another brand that. Yeah, so I think I went through 4 major brands. InMotion, the second one that I can't figure at the top of my head, we'll find it. Then King Song, and then the Sherman. And the 2 that I think are reliable, good kind of manufacturers for EUCs are InMotion and Sherman. That King Song, I don't know that I would do that again. They're just a bit sketch. And not in a good way. Like, they just start doing kind of strange things. And yeah, so I found the Kingsong one. If it would let me get into it, I'm gonna show you guys. Okay, come on, take me in. It was the Kingsong S22, and it was the first wheel that I had, I think, that had suspension. And this one was not great. It just did some very wacky things. Kingsong S22. Are you actually going to have it? Okay. I think... I can't remember if I had... Yeah, maybe it was the Kingsong S22 Pro. But it was definitely the S22. Alright, so this is the one that I had before I upgraded to the Veteran Sherman S, which is significantly better, at least in my mind, wheel. That this one just had some problems. Now, to be fair, this one was significantly lighter. I think that it weighed... I'm trying to figure out what's up with the focus here. I think it only weighed 50, 60 pounds. And it is the first suspension wheel that I had, and its top speed was also, yeah, pretty good. Let's look at some of these photos, like, big. All right. Here, I can make this a bit bigger here. All right. So that's right. It had, I think, these pads. By the way, the placement of these pads, this is actually super important, and I think that this was not quite right. Oh, also this there was no back handle. It was like kind of strange in order to pick it up. But you can see that the top speed is basically twice what I was at with the InMotion, or close to that. And yeah, at the time, this was the fastest EUC. When the S22 came out, it was the fastest. And I was at the point where I was breaking into the 30s. And again, you want the max speed to be significantly higher than where you actually are, because you don't want to ride the beeps. You want to be like 20% lower than its top speed, so you can ride at that speed comfortably. And yeah, this thing it was pretty lightweight, which was kind of nice. First suspension system that I had, this was a mind-boggling experience, because it definitely changed the ride in this like night and day kind of way. Yeah, and it did actually, I think, have pretty good lights. Significantly larger battery. Good. I think the output, the 120 volt, was a pretty big deal. And then we talk about some of the stuff here that really matters in terms of the safety. Because keep in mind, with the EUCs, one of the things you're going to do is you're going to crash, right? Like that it's pretty much guaranteed that you are going to eat it on the EUC. And the reason why I'm mentioning this is it has a lot less to do with you eating it, and it has more to do with the damage that you do to the EUC when you eat it. Because every time you kind of like lay it down, it takes damage. And sometimes the way you bail is it flips and flies and stuff, and you go this direction and it goes that direction. So with the King Song, this is where the manufacturing quality is super important, is the King Song could just blow apart, essentially. Is I took a couple falls on it, and literally parts of it just started breaking off, which is not great. Okay. All right. Who knows what's going on there? And I think that maybe even the battery placement is the batteries were too close to the outer shell. So you could, like, people were just having some really bad experiences with it, and I was getting to the point to where I was getting kind of fast enough to where I could push it a little bit, and I started to break parts off of it. Like, I think I broke part of this front handle off because I think this was just plastic. And you could kind of tell that the manufacturing was not great. So even though it was one of the first suspension wheels and it was super fast at the time, there were just a bunch of other things that kind of, at least for me, were not enough to sustain kind of the craziness that I wanted to do. Okay, cool. So I wonder if there's any other details about this that... So max speed, 125 miles. So what is the actual weight? Oh, okay, so my bad. It was a little weighty. Somehow I thought it was just lighter than this. Anyway, so I'm riding this one, and that was a little bit shoddy in terms of the manufacturing quality. And I was at the point now to where I was like, I kind of knew enough that I knew that I needed to upgrade to something that had a pretty good battery in terms of the distance, but I wanted a top speed that was probably going to be in the 50s, so I could regularly ride it in like the mid 30s or so. And I think the most important is I wanted a frame that was ridiculously robust. That was super important because now that I was riding at higher top speeds, the kind of like crash damage was getting like significantly increased. And that led me to the Veteran Sherman S, which, as you guys saw, it's built like a tank, right? It's like all metal. And so this thing can flip over 15 times, and it's just like, it's almost completely unaffected. But I want to go to one of the main vendors. Veteran Sherman S, so I can see if I can find the the one that I got before the Kingsong S, which is probably the worst of the crew. The Veteran Sherman S was basically just a bit sketch, but the one I had before that was oh yeah. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a leprechaun. Okay. Browse all the EUCs. All skill levels. We'll just say this is probably like intermediate. Okay, maybe it was advanced then. Okay. Yeah, I guess maybe. So I'm at this EUCs.com site, and it's got the Kingsong in the advanced space, and the one I had before. And so I think with the advanced is basically just as you start to get into higher top speeds and stuff, because you essentially start to have significantly more power. And if you was it Begode? It might have been a Begode wheel. It doesn't quite sound right though. All right, let's go to expert. Oh, that's it. This was no. Is this the one I had? I think it was this one. Yeah, this looks like this might have been it. And I'm not sure if I just got a lemon. Okay, so now that I'm thinking about it, I'm almost positive that it was a Begode wheel. And I think that brings us to the 4 major models. So started with InMotion, then I think I went Begode, then I went to Kingsong, and now I'm with the Veteran Sherman. And undoubtedly, of all those, the veterans are badass. I mean, legit, these guys are rocking machines. Like they absolutely know what they're doing. They're building really high quality stuff. You can throw this thing off a cliff and it somehow comes away almost completely unscathed. It's and they just have a history of building really high quality EUCs. I had been reading about them for some time, and so I kind of knew that they were considered really high quality, but they constantly were sold out. That was the problem. Is I was having a really hard time finding, because basically they were so popular that if you didn't get them the moment that they came out, people were essentially not selling them. And so you either were getting in that early batch or you're just cooked. So I couldn't find anyone that was willing to essentially sell their. I think it was just like just the Veteran Sherman, because I think the Veteran Sherman was a lot of people's mind the staple of the best EUC for its time. Now the one I have is the Veteran Sherman S, which is like the Veteran Sherman but on steroids. It's just like totally the next level. Yeah, so what did they say about this? This is one that I have. Uh, Industry leading range. Yeah, it definitely goes Yeah, I think they claim that it can get up to 100 miles on a single charge. 46 mile an hour top speed. I think that at least Veteran was claiming that it could get up to 50. And I think I've broken 40 miles an hour a couple times, but generally I sit in the 30s. It's actually heavier than this. It's not 77 pounds. It's like 80 plus pounds. Yeah, and right, it is pretty advanced in that one, the heavier it gets, the harder it is to control, right? So then that kind of makes sense, right? If it's super lightweight, it's very easy to kind of turn it. And so if you aren't like a big guy or you aren't really comfortable with it, I think it's going to be very hard to control this wheel. Yeah, and it's expensive, but it is a just badass machine. Like I would I'll like I'm completely sold on the Veteran Shermans at this point. But I want to see the specs now for the Begode. What did we? It was the Begode Master, right? Begode Master. Okay, what are we? EUCs. Yeah, and they have these. I think this is like the for entry. The, this is actually kind of interesting. They have these really small wheels that I think I'm gonna get for my partner, so then she can be on kind of like the the it's easier to control and stuff because I think that this is like really tiny. Yeah, and purple survivor color. So, uh, but hold on, what are the specs on this thing? Okay, I'm moving this to the other screen so I can look at this real quick. This, from what I recall, this one is like really tiny, but it's pretty awesome because it's tiny, but it has this fat wheel on it. And I think the reviews that I saw on this, look at it, you even have spiked pedals. I mean, this is actually like a legit. Even though I think it's a beginner wheel, it's yeah. Why can I not see this? Oh, that's because it's the so that one. Okay, huh. It's strange that I can't see the specs on this. But I know for sure that that A2 one is really tiny. And it's super lightweight, but it was getting like really good reviews and that beginners could ride it because it's very light, but it also has this thick tire on it, which is good for balance and things. And yeah, it was a really interesting addition to the series of the EUCs because it uh hey Code, what's going on? Oh yeah, I don't know. We started talking about some stuff and then we just kept meandering. Mm. Yeah, so this uh yeah, if if you're interested in riding these, like you already are excited about the prospect of it, you 100% need to check it out. And it is, admittedly, at first, it is, at least for me, it was a very hard thing to figure out the balance. Like, I think the first day, just getting on it was super hard, right? Because there's all kinds of weird things happening where you don't really understand the leaning and stuff, and so you're trying to get on it and it's moving ahead of you. So what I did is I went next to a light post and I grabbed the light post and just tried to stand on it, and then I just kind of like tried to rock back and forth, and then I would try to go forward just a few feet before I would freak out, and then I jumped off. So it for sure it is a little bit of a learning curve at the beginning, but if you spend a couple hours just kind of going through the motions at first, I think what happens is you just start to build the muscle memory pretty fast. And what I recall is after a first hour or so of me trying to have my muscles and my body understand the coordination of it, because getting used to the gyroscope was like maybe a little bit strange. Uh, in some sense, I think it's probably very similar to something like an actual unicycle, right? Except this has the built-in gyroscope, so it wants to, especially for the newer models, it is automatically balancing itself. So it's really interesting how when you don't have it powered on, you can lean it forward and backwards, it'll fall over. But the moment you hit the power button, it's like, boom, it just stands upright. So that gyroscope is very helpful. But you have to be really careful because there's certain things that are unusual about EUCs that a lot of people, I think, at least for me, didn't expect. Is one of the things that you like absolutely cannot do is you cannot pick the EUC up while it's on. Because if you do that, the wheel will go into free spin mode because it's trying to like essentially balance the gyroscope. And so it's just starting to spin to figure out like how to balance itself. And because it's not touching anything, it's just going to continue to scream. Oh, this is maybe another one of the smaller ones. Yeah, I think so. Okay, hold on. Let's look at this a little bit bigger. We're just going to increase the size of this guy. All right, perfect. There we go. That's exactly what we need. All right. This is in that space of the tiny guys. So this is probably like what I would get for my partner. These are like great entry level guys. I don't think that they weigh that much. Hold on, let's take a look at this. Yeah, so it only has a 12-inch wheel, which is, so the smaller the wheel, essentially the easier it is to control. And what is this? Okay, so the free spin, this is basically how fast it will go if you pick it up off the ground. And so 71 kilometers per hour. So what is that like? You just cut that in half and you get approximately the max speed in miles per hour. So let's just say 30-ish miles per hour. That's pretty fast for a beginner. And yet what is this? What does that say, guys? It's 18 kilograms. What is that in pounds? No, dum-dum. 10 kilograms to pounds. 40 pounds. Okay, that's heavier than I thought it was going to be. But 40 pounds is really like not that bad. Awesome. And 84 watt, right? Like the higher end ones, the Veteran Sherman S that I have, I think it's 120 volt or more. And you need that to drive a bigger wheel to handle more weight and then to get like this awesome top speed. Does this have a suspension in it? Let's see. It's waterproof. Yes, it's. I want to. Let's see if we can find a video so you can see this wheel with a person, because it'll give you a better sense of how tiny the M10s are. M10 5 video. I feel like it's like the M. Oh, here we go. I just want the photo. Oh. Oh, I don't want the... No, that's not super great. All right, well, I'll just bring this one over so you guys can see it. So here's basically, like, I think that this probably good shot. As you can see, it's not super big. And basically light enough. Oh, here we go. This one I think gives you a really good sense. As you can see, it barely comes up to the halfway point of his lower leg, whereas mine comes up all the way almost to my kneecap. And also the other thing is, the closer to the ground the EUC is, the easier it is to control. So as you're a beginner, having really low to the ground pedals helps you with navigation. As you become, I think, more experienced in it, having them be higher up will, I feel like it's safer for higher speeds for the suspension, kind of bouncing up and down. I mean, there's some like a middle ground, but yeah, right. So here's kind of an example of, so this is the normal full size EUC, and then here's kind of like the M10. Is these guys, they're kind of like the little baby. Here it is. Oh, next to again like a full size EUC. They're just, I think, pretty cool little dudes that pack a punch. Okay, so we've seen this now, and now the last thing that we need to do before I end this live stream is I want to look at that Begode. It was the Begode Master. I think it was the Begode Master. Begode Master. Okay. I found the website that I would buy these guys from. It's eWheels. I think I've purchased a few different EUCs from these guys. We'll just put this up here. And then, oh, so this Lynx one I've heard really good things about. There's our InMotion guy. New arrivals. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I think it was in this. All right. That, it's almost like this one. I just remember the lights on it. Pagode. What is this Sherman L? Let's take a look at this. I still. It looks to me like the Sherman S is still more of a beast, but you can see, I think, very quickly, like that the veteran Shermans or Leaperkim. I think it goes by both names. I don't know why they have two names for it. Uh, like these things are just built like tanks, right? Like this full metal frame. This is all metal, and they're just really hardy. So if any of you guys are looking to buy an EUC that is gonna be able to pack a lot of punch and then take a lot of punches and just keep rocking, it's definitely this. Like I have sent these guys through hell and back, and the only thing that couldn't keep up was the tube that the actual EUC itself. In the 2 years or so I've been riding the veteran Sherman S, I've literally had zero problems. Yeah, and here's the big thing is some of the later ones I still don't think I have. Oh, that's not true. I think actually the original veteran Sherman S that I got when I blew the tire, I blew the tube when we got it replaced. The new setup has a tubeless tire in it, but I haven't been riding it because one, it has a street wheel on it, and I much prefer the knobbies. So the street wheel is basically for riding on the streets, and if you're for sure going to be on paved roads and things, it's probably fine. But if you're going to do anything off road or on trails, you want a knobby tire. Because the knobby tire is going to keep you actually from slipping and sliding. I mean, it is a night and day experience. So my recommendation for any of you that are watching this or watching the stream or the VOD eventually is, if you think even for a second that you'll be riding on like grass or gravel or even dirt roads, you need to go with a knobby tire. It's just going to make it safer. The thing is not going to slip and slide underneath you, and you may not have like the same smoothness or top speed that you would get from a street tire, but the benefits of being like all road conditions, at least for me, is absolutely worth it. Anyway, yeah, so veteran stuff is, they are amazing. What is this one? Let's take a quick look at this. I mean, these guys make some, just like aesthetically, I think that these these wheels that they make are just, they literally look like tanks. The only thing that I will say that the veterans I don't totally love is their handle, at least for the Sherman S. It is a little flimsy. Like it's this plastic thing, and it feels like you could easily accidentally snap it off. Like if you pull too hard, you might be able to snap it. But aside from that, I think it's like super awesome construction. So you can see this is a knobby tire, and like you can immediately tell, I think the difference is that this thing is just gonna stick to the ground, whereas that street tire is gonna be slipping and slide. Also, the pedals that it comes with, I think for all the later EUCs, I actually upgrade the pedals to these more advanced ones. Those are actually not that hard to change. Is you essentially pop out these two little divot connectors just with a screwdriver and a hammer, and then you can pop in slightly better pedals that will make quite a difference in locking your foot in. And that's super important as you start to get more advanced, is you want to make sure that your foot does not slide at all, since a lot of the control is coming. Yeah, so here you can see the handle is, yeah, just a little wimpy. All right. We're going to give this one more shot. Seeing if we can find this damn Begode Master. And if we thought it was the Begode Master. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm starting to have some doubts. But basically what the internet's saying is these are the specs for the Begode Master. I'm not sure now if I had the Master, because I thought that the veteran Sherman S had a higher top speed than the wheel that I had. And again, the key thing with the top speed is you want to be able to ride it up to 20% less of that top speed, so you stay very far away from the beeps. So in this case, this would be able to let you ride comfortably around 40 miles an hour, which I think for most people, except like the super diehard experts, that's a lot, right? Like yeah. And as you get to these more advanced wheels, I think the big thing on not recommending them for beginners is just because of the weight, they're much harder to control. Whereas the lighter ones is very easy to turn, to stop. Like stopping is also a thing, is when you stop, you have to lean back. And when you have a lot more weight, then you have to lean a lot harder. So you have to be like very comfortable knowing that all the right things are going to happen, which is let's check this out real quick. Is the Begode Master way too much for a first timer? I mean, whew. I kind of think that it might be, but let's see what they say. Hey guys, never rode or owned an EUC before. Just been enamored with all the videos, YouTube people riding around. Figure local Craigslist has someone selling the Brigode Master for around 1,500. I think that's a pretty good price. This is too much for a beginner. Does offer the ability for me to use it for 20 plus. Whoa, this guy is a beginner and he wants to do 20 plus mile commutes. I mean, I love the Fire, but yeah. All right, so let's see what he says. The Brigode Master would make the perfect third wheel. Yeah, right after learning on a non-suspension. And I think that's kind of what I did, is my InMotion was a non-suspension. I think it was about a 16-inch wheel. And I think you kind of want the practice on a smaller wheel before you upgrade. One of the big things is as you get into the more advanced vehicles, you're going to get these higher pedals. And the higher pedals are going to make it significantly harder to control. And you're just off the ground a lot more, so it's just has some additional sketch level to it. Top heavy, high maintenance suspension aren't good for beginners. Master is an advanced wheel, has earned podium status in many races. You could get it as your first wheel, but then you also like pain and suffering. All right, let's see. First and mostly, have you tried carrying anything over 30 kilograms? Yeah, that's true. The weight is, especially as you try to like pick it up and put it into your car. Yeah, I can say if I didn't need to carry my wheel ever, I would have bought the Sherman Max as my first wheel and skipped learner. Good thing I don't need the range and speed. My first wheel is also the learner and for everyone. Wow, okay, that's cool. I don't need anything bigger and faster. The Sherman... Wait, hold on. This is a King song, I think. Okay. Secondly, yes, it will be hard to learn because of the weight. Yeah, it's really just the weight thing. You'll need to control the wheel with one leg while mounting. It is, yeah, it's doable. Only downside is the learning stage may take twice as long than if you're on a learner wheel. Yeah. Example, 2 weeks instead of 1 week. It also matters how skilled rider, how fast you learn new skills. Yeah, I agree with that. I think some people have a natural disposition to figuring this stuff out pretty quickly. Also, learning and taking suspension wheel as first is kind of a bad idea. That's interesting. I hadn't thought of that. Because you'll be relying on the suspension to shave your ass versus if you had no suspension as the first one, where you've learned the skill of watching all the road imperfections. Oh, it's actually a really good point. My dog? Okay. On suspension wheel, it's more forgiving in that aspect because non-suspension one, you've already crashed face planted. Yeah. You're gonna... Absolutely true. You're going to eat it quite a bit as you try to learn how to do all this. I would highly recommend padding your new wheel in a shower mat and carbon boxes, duct tape all around. Yeah. No, I mean, this is... It probably sounds kind of funny, but at the same time, it's like... It's going to take damage. Potentially a lot. Yeah, this is awesome. It will look super dumb, but at least you won't scrape the wheel that much while learning. Yeah, you're going to just literally lay it down quite a bit. Anyway, all right, folks, this has been a blast. we're gonna adjourn now, especially since we hit the 4 hour mark and Insta just kicked us. So thanks everybody for joining. This is super great. And again, check out the Discord. I'll maybe drop it one more time just so it's there. And we love having everybody on our Discord. Whoever you are, wherever you come from, it's a great ride. Yeah, I'm getting tired too. I gotta pass.